It's so strange. What the Twice, so it's gonna knock you down. Washington, Texas, or anyone in the surrounding areas, please send your suggestions. Questions this way, the comment section. Yes. Yeah. So, we got anything to talk about in the crypto world besides the market? About to turn bull? I think it is. We've been saying this for about 15 months. I think it's like the longest bear market ever. It really is the longest bear market ever in crypto, right? As far as market goes. I did hear some things saying like from crypto rich, but let's get on an exchange, like a good exchange. So tokens. It's gonna be real, man. Yeah, it's gonna be real. It's gonna be
My name is Irene Test. To use them is Crypto's a central operation, no issue authorization, not done by any government. The peer-to-peer transaction, details are recorded publicly in the ledger blockchain, including when you spend them. So you can spend them 2 times. Cryptocurrency, which means no one can copy or replicate this currency. So how do you find them besides let me tell you about Bitcoin. Simply it's a currency like paper money, dollars, but on the internet, not digitally. Unlike PayPal or Visa, no central operation, no issue authorization, not done by any government. The peer-to-peer transaction, details are recorded publicly in the ledger blockchain, including when you spend them. So you can spend them 2 times. Cryptocurrency, which means no one can copy or replicate this currency. So how do you find them besides selling buying? Never limit copy, so she got the right mind. Not a right to go, power of computers. Talking lots of macros over bunch of big numbers. The puzzle started sinking, but now they got me typical. Money to 21 million backwards at the window. Value spending 10 to 12, 2013. No regulation towards all the reality. Function all daily size. Government some basket control. They can't be counted. Just remember international transfers, so as minutes later, just around the whole world, transfers have been so hard. Like paper money, dollars, but on the internet, not digitally. Unlike PayPal or Visa, no central operation, no issue authorization, not done by any government. The peer-to-peer transaction, details are recorded publicly in the ledger blockchain, including when you spend them. So you can spend them 2 times. Cryptocurrency, which means no one can copy or replicate this currency. So how do you chain, including when you spend them? So you can spend them 2 times. Cryptocurrency, including when you spend them. So you can spend them 2 times. Cryptocurrency, which means no one can copy or replicate this currency. So how do you find them besides selling buying? Besides selling buying, there are limited resources over the way I'm mining. Not like the gold chain, including when you spend them. So you can spend them 2 chain, including when you spend them. So you can spend them 2 times. Cryptocurrency, which means no one can copy or replicate this currency. So how do you find them besides selling buying? There are limited resources over the way I'm mining. It's a currency like paper money, dollars, but on the internet, not digitally. Unlike PayPal or Visa, no central operation, no issue authorization, not done by any government. The peer-to-peer transaction, details are recorded publicly in the ledger blockchain, including when you spend them. So you can spend them 2 times. Cryptocurrency, which means no one can copy or replicate this currency. So how do you find them besides selling buying? There are limited resources over the way I'm mining. Not like the gold kind of powerful computers. Cover lots of macros over crunching big numbers. The puzzle started simply, but now they're very difficult. We made up 21 million bitcoins ever in the world. Value spread from 10 to 12, 2013. No regulation towards all the wildly functional daily size. Government some basket control. They can't be counted. Just remember international transfers, so as minutes later, just around the whole world, transfers have been so hard. operation, no issue authorization, not paid by any government. Limit up your transaction. Details are recorded publicly in the ledger blockchain. And go to where you spend them, so you can spend up to 2 times cryptocurrency. This means no one can copy or replicate this currency. So how do you find them? Besides silent buying, power limited resource, you know the way I'm mining. Not like the gold kind of powerful computers, solving lots of math puzzles and crunching big numbers. The puzzle started simply, but now they're very difficult. We need our 21 million bitcoins ever in the world. Value spec from 10 and 12, even in 2013. No regulation, so it's all in wild, being fluctuating daily sales. Governments are basically controlling. They can't be counted. So never hold. Civilized men are slain around this town and the whole world. Just cause everything is so spend them, so you can spend them 2 times cryptocurrency. Which means no one can copy or replicate this currency. So how do you find it besides silent buying? Power limited resource, you know the way I'm mining. Not like the gold kind of powerful computers, solving lots of math puzzles and crunching big numbers. The puzzle started simply, but now they're very difficult. We made up 21 million bitcoins ever in the world. Value spec from 10 and 12, even in 2013. No regulation, so it's all in wild, being fluctuating daily sales. Governments are basically controlling. They can't be counted. Just never hold. Chain and count. When you spend them, so you can spend. Cryptocurrency, which means no one can copy or replicate this currency. So how do you find them besides silent buying? Power limited resource, you know the way I'm mining. Not like the gold kind of powerful computers, solving lots of math puzzles and crunching big numbers. The puzzle started simply, but now they're very difficult. We made up 21 million bitcoins ever in the world. Value spec from 10 and 12, even in 2013. No regulation, so it's all in wild, being fluctuating daily sales. Governments are basically controlling. They can't be counted. Just never hold. Free international transfers. Civilized men are slain around this town and the whole world. Just turns everything so hard. No central operation, no issue authorization, not paid by any government. Limit up your transaction. Details are recorded publicly in the ledger blockchain. And go to where you spend them, so you can spend them 2 times cryptocurrency. Which means no one can copy or replicate this currency. So how do you find them besides silent buying? Power limited resource, you know the way I'm mining. Not like the gold kind of powerful computers, solving lots of math puzzles and crunching big numbers. The puzzle started simply, but now they're very difficult. We made up 21 million bitcoins ever in the world. Value spec from 10 and 12, even in 2013. No regulation, so it's all in wild, being fluctuating daily sales. Governments are best in control. We can't be counted. Just around the whole free international transport. Our lives made us later. Just around the whole world. Trade stars and big souls.
Dropping random knowledge, making the ladies go cray cray. Baby, I'm old school and you the new jack. I've been walking on Bitcoin since I came on way back track 6 years ago. A friend of mine told me to say some Bitcoin rhymes, so I bought some Bitcoin around $3 that day. Now it's 2K, I just waited 10K. Fuck you, Ben Bernanke. You two yelling, I see what you're selling. A Japanese Ponzi scheme and impoverished like a felon. We see through your inflation, market manipulation. I pass with your fiat script when I'm done ejaculating.
Some of the things like toxic
day. Yeah, it's on the way up. It's on the way up. It's on the way up. On the way up. Straight to the moon, Bitcoin on the way up.
to you.
so underwater on loans. You swear Ted Kennedy had probably driven us home. You think you can pick a fight, make us change our freeway. We'll put a dude in his ass, it's the American way. We'll tell his guys browser history, and process decrees. 25s are shaping pop tarts, we gon' call the police. We'll put your name in the papers, you'll be famous in Mars. And when this guy goes to New York, they'll be curbing his balls. Yeah, it'll feel like the whole wide world is raining down on you. That's brought to you courtesy of the red, white, and blue. But a dream of the American flag. He wanted my mother, my sister, hard carpet and me to grow up and live happy in the land of the free. Now this nation that I love is under terror attack. Another sucker punch come flying in from this punk in the back. You think you can start a fight and we'll roll over and die? Man, we'll light up your world like the 4th of July. We're gonna tire this guy's phone, take his rifle and man those companies to make software with backdoor access and names. We'll be raising kids' taxpayers, make them pay for these toys. And whenever he goes flying, we'll be curbing his boys. Feel like the whole wide world is raining down on you. Brought to you courtesy of the red, white, and blue. We'll run up dead and be so underwater on loans. You swear Ted Kennedy had probably driven us home. You think you can pick a fight, make us change our freeway. We'll put a dude in his ass, it's the American way. We'll tell his guys browser history, and process decrees. 25s are shaping pop tarts, we gon' call the police. Paste your name in the papers, you'll be famous in Mars. And when this guy goes to New York, they'll be curbing his balls. Yeah, it'll be like the whole wide world is raining.
reduce job-crushing regulations. Sounded good to me. But the media says Trump's wrecking America. This is a very big deal. The Environmental Protection Agency just rolled back Obama-era climate rules and single-handedly led the world down a dark path. This proposal is literally insane. The title is deregulations and attack on the environment, the workers' health, safety, and older casualties. Even when Trump's trying to kill us. Now Trump has cut regulations. This is where we were in 1960. He promised to shrink the regulation rulebook back to the size it was 58 years ago. We will have a great regulatory climate. 1, 2, 3. The day he got elected, you saw the stock market swing up. Golden workers runs a group that fights for lower taxes and fewer rules. Trump sent a message to business. We're not going to crush you. And that's caused coronavirus the beginning of the recovery.
In the 48 hours since Donald Trump was elected to the Oval Office, the stock market has rallied, reaching new heights.
Waters of the United States. We're going to protect waters of the United States. Sounds good. They won't trick us. The kind of ponds that spring up when it rains a lot one night, when it goes away the next day. Then we're using it as land control. Land control can crush people. Jill and Jack Bowen were encouraged by Idaho officials to clear a drainage ditch, but when they did that, federal officials went after them, finding them thousands of dollars.
$37,500 a day.
Until the Browns had to sell their home and move into this trailer. But now, thanks to deregulation, they can use their land again. Good. But unrepealed rules sound important. The names for these regulations are written by the regulators. They're advertisements for themselves. And unlike real advertisers, regulators don't list the side effects. Some people have had changes in behavior, hostility, agitation, will cause unemployment, may reduce wages, may raise the cost of energy, may make your car not drivable. Well, it's drivable, but smaller, because the Obama rules would have forced car makers to nearly double gas mileage. And more people are killed in smaller cars. Should the government tell you what kind of car to buy? Should they? And that's what regulation does. Now California regulators have made a deal with 4 automakers to keep the Obama rules. In fact, telling Californians, some cars you cannot have. Net neutrality for everyone. Trump's FCC also ended net neutrality rule. They were going to turn the internet, which is a free, largely free and open operation, into a government-regulated utility monopoly. When Trump repealed that, people said he was
Handing the keys to the internet over to a handful of multi-billion-dollar corporations.
bad things are going to happen. They're going to charge you to do this, that, and the other thing. The companies would send your email slower than somebody else's. None of that's happened. None of it. Now, $2 to $5 bits and that's due from McDonald's is that many regulations. We're just 2 people down with them. 1 in 3 franchise companies like McDonald's is one segment business. Why? The trial lawyers want to be able to serve all of McDonald's, not just the local McDonald's, with this for coffee of themselves. And the labor unions wanted to unionize all of McDonald's, not just the one store. That would have been a disaster. That was under regulations. It's when we remove those bad rules so that corporations can maximize their profits. People think Trump is destroying the workplace and the environment. If you get your news from late night comedy shows, you think that deregulation is bad for the economy and bad for the environment. But in fact, it's good for the environment, it's good for jobs, it's good for people having real wealth. But we want the air to be cleaner. It is getting cleaner. It's dramatically cleaner. It is. Mostly because of EPA rules passed decades ago. And every time someone replaces an old car with a new one, the air gets a little cleaner. Now, climate change, whether we can do anything about that's a separate debate. But when it comes to clean air, Trump's undoing of Obama's ever stricter standards just returns us to the rules in effect during the Clinton and Bush years. Were you coughing then? No. But the media don't tell you that. President Trump has liberated American factories from the scourge of pollution. Most of the coughing is the unfortunate fact that
Trump's adding regulations, too. It's all about made in America. So now government agencies have to buy real American-made stuff. And that sounds like a good idea, but it's a dumb idea. They wish they had done it. That is not deregulation. That is regulation. Trump's company today markets that rose when he was elected have dropped as Trump's tariffs punish American companies that buy steel and consumers who want things like washing machines and solar panels. There is a challenge. Trump is a protectionist in many ways. And then I can always do much more or I can do less, depending on what happens with respect to a deal. And tariffs are taxes, and regulations on the border are regulations on consumers. And frankly, it hasn't cost our consumer anything. It costs China. The good news is the vast majority of the regulatory acts, by a factor of many, have been deregulatory, and they've been tremendously helpful. And with all this publicity about Trump deregulating, he hasn't done that well. He's done a great deal more than anybody in recent history, maybe even more than Reagan did. We have got 22 regulations for every one new regulation. Think of that one. He exaggerates as usual. The real one was about 5 repealed for every new one passed. But that's still pretty good. He's listened to all of these rules. It's good whenever excessive regulations are cut. Regulations are like taxes. They take choices away from you. Government takes your money. You have to decide what to do. You have to go work more hours, spend less time with your family, less time with things you want to do. They take your time. They cost us money, deprive us of opportunity. They take our freedom. Tonight. Last night on this show, we played you a clip from a nearly hour-long video produced by 2 physicians in California, Drs. Dan Erickson and Artmi Masihi. Likely many of you had already seen it. That video has had more than 5 million views on YouTube. In their presentation, the 2 doctors presented a flurry of data pointing to what we are currently learning about this virus and how it spreads. They recited pages of government statistics and then interpreted them in light of their own long clinical experience as doctors. At one point, they noted that the newly adjusted death rate in their state of California, which is much lower than anyone expected it to be, and they asked if government officials there should change their policies based on this new science. Watch. We've seen 1,227 deaths in the state of California from the possible incidence of prevalence of 4.7 million. That means you have a 0.03 chance of dying from COVID-19 in the state of California. 0.03 chance of dying from COVID in the state of California. Does that necessitate sheltering in place? Does that necessitate shutting down medical systems? Does that necessitate people being out of work? So whatever your view of the mass quarantines, and maybe you're enthusiastically for them, the questions you just heard are valid questions. In fact, they're critical questions. We should all be asking those questions, including and especially our policymakers. But as Dr. Erickson pointed out later in the video, dissent of any kind is no longer tolerated in this country. Fact-based honesty, which is the soul of science, is under attack, even in hospitals. Dr. Erickson described physicians being pressured to classify illnesses and deaths as related to coronavirus, whether they believe that to be true or not. We are pressured to test for flu. But ER doctors now, my friends and I talk to say, it's interesting, when I'm writing up my death report, I'm being pressured to add COVID. Why is that? Why are we being pressured to add COVID to maybe increase the numbers and make it look a little bit worse than it is? I think so. So what you just heard, what Dr. Erickson described, is called lying. And lying has no place in science ever. It's scary to think it takes place on a large scale in hospitals. He says it does. Viewers of Erickson's video were shocked and transfixed by this. They forwarded the video to friends who forwarded on to their friends. And suddenly, millions of people who spent the last 6 weeks on a diet of Tiger King and internet memes were watching sober-minded medical researchers reading from charts of statistics. It's hard to recall a science video taking off like this one did. Not everyone was impressed by it. Some criticized the doctor's policy conclusions, and of course that's fair. Decent people have different opinions. We're not entirely certain what the perfect response to this pandemic is. Nobody is certain. There's no objective answer at the moment. At best, we can plod along with open minds and good faith. More informed debate is exactly what we need to make wise decisions going forward. Unfortunately for all of us, informed debate is exactly what the authorities don't want. They want unquestioned obedience, so they're cracking down on free expression. Last night, the doctor's video, the one you just saw, was pulled off of YouTube, the largest video hosting site in the world. It wasn't an accident. YouTube admitted doing it. The company cited a violation of community guidelines, and they did not apologize. Looking back, when all of this is finally over, and it will be, it's likely we'll see this moment, what YouTube just did, as a turning point in the way we live in this country, a sharp break with 250 years of law and custom. The two doctors' video was produced by a local television channel in California. It was, in effect, a mainstream news story. The video was not pornographic, didn't violate copyright or incite violence or commit libel, it didn't break any law. The only justification for taking it down was that the two physicians on screen had reached different conclusions from the people currently in charge. It was a form of dissent from orthodoxy. YouTube and its parent company Google have now officially banned dissent. The CEO of YouTube admitted that openly.
But then we also talk about removing information that is problematic. And of course, anything that is medically unsubstantiated, so people saying like, take vitamin C, take turmeric, like those all will cure you. Those are the examples of things that would be a violation of our policy. Anything that would go against World Health Organization recommendations would be a violation of our policy. And so remove is another really important part of our policy.
So we're not just putting the truth next to the lie. We're taking the lie down. That's a pretty aggressive approach.
Removing, quote, anything that would go against World Health Organization recommendations will now be taken off the internet. Consider that for a minute. As a matter just of science, it's ludicrous. Like everyone else involved in global pandemic policy, the WHO has often been wrong in its recommendations. A lot of people have. In mid-January, WHO told us that coronavirus could not spread from person to person. In March, they told us that face masks didn't work. Those were lies, and they were welcome on Google's platforms. Doctors who are actually treating patients with the virus, meanwhile, have just been banned. So no, this is not about science. Censorship never is about science. It's about power. Big technology companies are using this tragedy to increase their power over the American population. They're working in concert with politicians in order to do it. Just today, Facebook removed an events page for a political protest in Michigan. Governor Gretchen Whitmer, who runs that state, was no doubt pleased to see it. Grossly mismanaging an entire state is a lot easier when citizens are not allowed to complain about it, and now they're not. Last week, Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg explained that protests like these are no longer protected political speech. They're, quote, misinformation.
How do you deal with the fact that Facebook is now being used to organize a lot of these protests to defy social distancing guidelines in states? If somebody trying to organize something like that, if that qualifies for harmful information,
We do classify that as harmful misinformation, and we take that down.
Harmful misinformation. That is a phrase familiar to anyone who has watched totalitarian regimes in any country. It's not how Mark Zuckerberg describes political opinions he doesn't like. Our free press exists to push back against obvious abuses of power like this one. It's the reason we have a First Amendment. It's the only reason we have a First Amendment. But certainly our media are not concerned about freedom of speech. Reporters applaud our overlords as they punish us for disagreeing. You just saw it in that clip from CNN. That happens every day. Our media are no longer challenging power. They are colluding with power. And that may be why there's been so little critical coverage of the massive expansion of our surveillance state currently in progress. In the name of fighting the coronavirus, tech companies are now following you through your cell phone. They're watching you from above with drones. Those sound like paranoid fantasies. They are not. It's happening as we speak. Needless to say, our politicians approve of this.
how do you feel about the drones?
At this point, we need to save lives, and it's really important that in public spaces, people are abiding by the directives.
Yeah, we've got to do it. So what do we have here? We have big companies partnering with the government to spy on you without your knowledge. Americans locked in their homes, banned from going to church, placated with senators like Reagan, anyone who speaks out in sales, political demonstrations are illegal. Organizers are arrested. Only opinions approved by the leaders, many of them unelected, are allowed on information platforms. Does that sound familiar? It sounds a lot like China. Of all the many ironies of this moment, so many of them bitter, the hardest to swallow is this one. As we fight this virus, we are becoming far more like the country that spawned it. We are becoming more like China. It's horrifying. And it tells you everything that our professional class enthusiastically welcomes this. Every weekend, The Atlantic magazine published an article by two academics calling for an end to freedom of speech in America. Their model for an ideal system, the totalitarian government of China. Quote, in the debate over freedom versus control of the internet, China was largely correct and the U.S. was wrong, end quote. Let him read the whole thing. Truly, you should. It's the future. We could quote from it from the rest of the show, but we'll give you just one more. Quote, significant monitoring and speech control are inevitable components of a mature and flourishing internet, and governments must play a large role in these practices to ensure that the internet is compatible with society's norms and values. End quote. Norms and values. Whose norms and values? Well, our leaders' norms and values, of course, but also their interests. Those in power are the ones our professional class seeks to protect, not the rest of the country. Freedom of conscience never endangers the public. It only threatens the powerful. It endangers their control. It hinders their ability to dictate election results, to lead the economy, to make policies based on a whim for their own gain. No wonder our leaders have done such a poor job protecting us from China. They're on the same team. Dave Hogan is the author of the fantastic new book, Don't Burn This Book. It came out today. We're happy to have him on tonight. Dave, thanks so much for coming on tonight.
That's not very good.
Good to have you. Do you notice that the norms and standards, to quote The Atlantic, of American life seems to have changed overnight, and all of a sudden, we're being told we must accept things that would have been completely unimaginable 2 months ago?
Well, Tucker, there's so much to talk about here. First off, I didn't realize I was going to be on a sci-fi show tonight, but we are entering a dystopian future. We are entering an authoritarian future because, as I've said to you before, authoritarians love authoritarianism, so they're taking this opportunity when we're all confused, we're all locked at home. The only way we can communicate with each other is through their pipes, is through YouTube and Facebook and Twitter and everything else. And they're actually finally saying to us, this is who we are. I mean, the Atlantic is ridiculous. I don't know anyone that reads it anymore. But the bigger issue here is the YouTube, Twitter, Facebook component of it. Because we are now saying to them, or they're saying to us, we're going to tell you what's true. And if you dare go against what we say is true, not necessarily what is true, but what we say is true, then we're going to boot you. So, of course, the other part of this is that it will always only be one side that gets booted here. I mean, is Facebook running around and is Twitter and YouTube running around? Are they taking away all the Russian collusion videos that were up over the past couple of years? I'm pretty sure MSNBC has a YouTube channel that still has videos on it. I mean, that was pushing lies and misinformation and propaganda. So we need to debate these things. If I was to interview these two doctors that you showed the video of, would my channel be deleted? Am I not allowed to talk about that? Is that not what science and open inquiry really is about? That you test theories and then you find out what actually is true? And as you pointed out, and this may be the most important part, it's not as if the WHO is infallible. They were literally just a few weeks ago telling us not to wear masks. Now, by law, I tried to go to CVS yesterday, and I wasn't going to wear a mask. I was just going to run in and out, and it said in front of the store, it said, by law, you have to wear a mask. So it's not as if these people have some total stranglehold on truth that the rest of us have to bow to unless they force us to. And unfortunately, big tech has got us now more than ever because we're all trapped at home, and it's the only way we can communicate.
So no one in science has a monopoly on the truth. Science, in fact, is a rejection of the idea that there is a monopoly on truth. It's the endless search for what we can prove. That's what science is. This has nothing to do with it. You introduced as a hypothetical the notion that you could be deleted your channel for hosting this video. I'm not sure that is hypothetical anymore, and my question is very simple. How long before they come for you? You know, sort of book called Don't Burn This Book. How long before they come for the show? Sincere questions.
At some level, I don't want to think about it, but, Tucker, you've written a couple of books, and you know that the publishing process takes quite some time. So I finished this book back in July, but I'm very proud that the ideas that I present in Don't Burn This Book are more relevant now than they even were then, because I talk about big tech, I talk about fake news, all of the things that we're constantly talking about. And am I worried? Yeah, I'm worried. I mean, look, everyone should be worried. Everyone should be worried. This is why I started Locals.com, my tech company, because I think we need digital homes. Everyone that's online and you think that YouTube or Facebook or Twitter is there to protect you, you're the product. I mean, these things are free, except free meaning they just took your soul in exchange for it. We should own our data. You should own your own content. We need to start rethinking everything. I mean, I think this is why I'm actually quite enthused about the world right now, as depressing and upsetting as some of the news is. There's a new world coming on the horizon, and I think a lot of people are rethinking the way they look at the world, the way, do you want to commute? Do you want to live in a big city? Do you want to be so reliant on the institutions and systems that we've always been relying on? So I think we have to rethink things, and you know what, Tucker, this is still America for a little while, and I believe in old-fashioned hard work and competition and ingenuity, and I think that's what will fix this. But yeah, we got a big battle to fight in front of us.
Yeah, and maybe these companies exist because Congress gave them a carve-out in federal legislation. And where is Senator Mike Lee on this question, sucking up to Google? Hey, great to see you tonight. Thank you very much.
This is one of the introverts on the Thanks, Tucker.
Chairman and CEO Warren Buffett joining us just after writing his annual letter to shareholders. And Warren, this is a big deal. It's something that the investment community kind of waits on and sees as a must-read because you spend so much time actually writing this yourself. Too much. You started writing the letter.
Well, that's when I started very early because I had one section in mind. It turned out to be the last section. But when I talk about the American tailwind, I probably wrote that in late summer. And then I work around different sections, but it takes a long time. I got a first draft.
Well, for people who have been reading this for a long time, this letter is markedly different than we've written for the past 3 decades or so, because at the top, the opening of every letter in the past to this point has been Berkshire's percentage change in book value as the measure that we thought was most important. This time, we kind of stripped it out and said it's not the most important metric anymore for a couple of reasons. One is which Berkshire's changed so markedly, but also we just think it's not going to be the way that we measure things in the future.
It's not so relevant at least over time, not within a 1-year period, but basically as markets are because we have become overwhelmingly an operating company, and we have to become even more so than a company that really held a lot of stocks and bonds. I've actually talked about that in previous reports. I really didn't want to quit in the year where I got clobbered by the one I was dropping. I was adopting one that made me look good. So I actually included them both in, and it was a good year to make the transition. And you say it's different. I've always had the image that I am talking to my sisters. I have 2 sisters. They're both Berkshire, pretty much their whole investment. They're smart. They're not active in business, so they're not reading about it every day. But I pretend they've been away for a year, and I'm reporting with them on their investment. And then this year, because we may be repurchasing shares, I tried to have the vision that they were talking to me about whether they should sell their shares, and I was explaining to them exactly how I would look at it if I were in their shoes. So it's Dear Doris and Bertie at the start, and I take that off at the end. But I'm talking to them, and I'm trying to talk to them in a manner where like me entirely at Berkshire if they were thinking of selling something. That's what I wanted to know before they made a decision.
To do that, you used a new description for coming up with it this time, which was the idea of having 5 groves. You being maybe a timber company and having 5 groves that Berkshire's really invested in. You broke down and looked at each of them on a case-by-case basis, one being the non-insurance businesses that Berkshire owns, another being the equities bunch that you have, the final ones, the insurance companies, but you also have treasuries and cash that you're holding. And the businesses that you own part of, not all of, would be the 5 groves. That's pretty interesting. How'd you come up with the idea of just the groves? Because it is something that somebody who's not so steeped in business can get their head around pretty easily.
Well, Berkshire, you got dozens and dozens and dozens of companies. And when analysts look at it, they want to go out and figure out, how many boxes of Valentines we sold, in our candy company. And you can get totally lost in terms of looking at the forest by trying to look at every tree, because some of the trees are flourishing, some of them are decaying, and some of them are huge and important, and others are more or less twigs. So I thought I would group the assets in a way that was logical, and a way you could sort of figure out the valuation that you might attribute to that particular grove. And I think it's a lot better than trying to describe 80 or 90 businesses with close to 390,000 employees. I mean, we're in one of the businesses right now, and this is a very interesting business. But we've got Jordan's in Boston, we've got Star in Houston, we have Arson Lilly, and to go through every one and tell them about the way the store opened, and it's much better just to look at it in groups. They make sensible groups.
To that point, this is the Ask Warren show, and we have gotten a lot of questions that have come from viewers, some from Berkshire shareholders, others from people who are just long-time watchers. I'd like to bring up a question that comes from Marcelo P. Luna. He writes in, and I think this comes from Twitter, Mr. Buffett, in your letter you note that some of Berkshire's trees are diseased and unlikely to be around in a decade. Which ones do you have in mind, and how do we prevent healthy trees from joining?
Well, I could say that, but I would not name the ones that have major problems just from a morale standpoint with the big ones. We're going to keep running them. But we have companies that on the downswing as well as on the upswing. And it just would be very tough. And the ones that are, as I call it, diseased, they're a very, very, very small part of our earnings. You gain nothing analytically, and you have 100 people go to work today feeling, well, you might as well give up for something. So I don't like to name them specifically, although you can probably figure some out by looking at our list of companies. There's some companies are just in the wrong industry. Even making televisions in this country, that was a hot industry when I was young, and we don't do it. We saw a lot of them here in our store. So I would not like it if I were working at Company X and my boss is just saying, you're in decay.
You do name some of the big redwoods that you consider to be essential to the growth. I think you said that Berkshire Hathaway Energy and the railroad going to Northern Santa Fe are two of the biggest redwoods that stand in
Well, they're big, and those stock records for after-tax earnings last year combined, they earned right around $8 billion after tax. And $8 billion is a lot of money to us. That's a third of our operating earnings. We have 24, large fraction of operating earnings last year, $21 billion. And those two companies are Berkshire Hathaway Energy also has multiple companies. But the NSF Railroad is just one big railroad.
Let's talk about that operating profit number. It was $24.8 billion, but on a GAAP basis, which you're now focusing on, it was $4 billion. And that comes because of an accounting change that came into play this time around. It was a $20.6 billion paper loss on your investment holdings that you now count back in from the huge amount of securities that you own, and then also the $3 billion write-down on Kraft. you go out of your way to emphasize again that you don't think people should be looking at these gap earnings even though you're reporting them.
Yeah, so you say, well, that's the final gap earnings. But 24.8 billion also are gap earnings, but they're operating earnings. I think they were some outside tailwind on that, but they were 41% greater than the year we went out on operating earnings. But beyond that, we have this large portfolio of stocks and also the light times, but mainly it was a portfolio of stocks. And we made a lot of money in stocks over time. There have been years when we lost money too. And I tell the shareholders that we expect to make money on stocks over time. We haven't got the faintest idea what years will be up or down. And then they changed the rule last year so that unrealized gains or losses are recognized through GAAP income. That had not been true for dozens of years before. So that changed our figures. But that's why I explained. That's why I told Morris what's happened in the accounting review here as well.
But Mr. Brad, this time it was a decline of more than $20 billion. There would be quarters where we'll see a huge upswing, and you don't think people should pay attention to the upswing either. These are just fluctuating numbers.
No. They should pay attention to how we do over 10 years of the stocks we own. But actually, the way the rule works now, every minute it's recorded. It's mark to market, and we were buying stocks that in some cases will hold 10, 20, maybe even longer years, and those companies are retaining earnings, they're reducing the number of shares. They've got a lot of things going for them, and I have done a lot of money. We had $173 billion of equities a year, and I love having those, and they will make us money over time. But I have no idea what they'll do in the next year or two.
Let's talk through a few other questions that have come in from viewers just regarding Berkshire while we're here. Eric DeFont wrote in and said, Warren, how have you structured Greg Abel and Ajit Jain's compensation now that they oversee dozens of different businesses? You did point out that you think the business is much better run now that those two are vice chairman each running their own set of companies.
Now, our proxy will be out very soon. It shows what they receive. I think unless there's some calendar quirk or something like that, they will each receive $18 million last year, and the base salary is a high percentage of that, and then a bonus is discretionary. But they're doing a fabulous job.
Bonus is discretionary just based on?
Based on how I wake up in the morning.
On that same subject,
that would be the only one to read about like that in classes.
there's another question that comes in regarding Greg and
in the sense that they will be up front with microphones ready to take on any questions that come. It's not going to be that many years where the two of us are fighting. And they will be up on the stage when we rearrange the format. Rearranging the format means rearranging the intro like this degree. It's logical for them. And I hope lots of questions get directed to them at the end of the day because we'll feed them into it. I should mention one thing about their comp. There's this rule, and I may not be giving it to you exactly properly, but there's a rule for public companies that you get to deduct only $1 million unless for compensation, unless the excess is tied to some formula. So everybody pays, be running the super company at all time, and they tend to raise the base salary so they're $1 million or $2 million, and then call the rest something that qualifies under the IRS where they get the deduction for it. Every company knows it, and they're very concerned with and everything. So you have all of these salaries, but then they have something that makes it very easy for them to make a lot more money. And that money is deductible, whereas I don't think what we pay in the way of excess, I think it's over $1 million, is deductible. But, I mean, it would be a joke. And so we are paying them a fair amount of money, I believe, that's not deductible, whereas in almost any other company you see they're designing it so that it is deductible.
I always wondered why this seems
that's ridiculous. I mean,
$765,000 million.
But it makes everybody feel that they passed that, I don't know, 10 or 20 years ago. And immediately everybody, we just had this revelation that now that it really only was a base salary. It was a tiny amount, and we came to be about designing something like this, I said, it's just a joke. I mean, we're going to pay $1 million a year. That's huge responsibility. So you'll see a little different situation. I think the bonus I give them, I think the 16th place and 2 bonus. I think the 2 is probably deductible.
So 619 on the East Coast, and we're already making friends. Well done. Let's continue the question from the audience. This comes from Brian Chan. He asks, how are Ted and Todd's performance since they joined about 8 years ago? The money managers who are there, Ted Wetzler and Todd Combs, have they performed better than Index? Charlie said recently that most money managers did not add any value compared to an Index.
Yeah, the first few years, each of them, they came at a slightly different time, maybe a year to a year, and something different time. And they got well ahead of the Index, and they got paid compensation. Now, they got it paid, so it came in thirds, so that it could be clawed back 2/3 of it if they missed the second year and so on. Overall, they are a tiny bit behind the S&P each, well, just almost the same margin over the same time.
Over the entire period.
Over the entire period. And the entire period is a little bit for both of them. They now manage about $13 billion each. They've done better than I have, so
well, that's a good measuring stick.
Yeah, so, well, it isn't the measuring stick, but I mention it because if I don't, somebody else will. So, they also, both of them, have done an incredible amount of work in terms of acquisitions, and Todd in particularly on our medical venture. Anything at Berkshire, we made an arrangement with the enterprises in terms of managing our newspapers. Ted handled all that. I mean, he got my approval on it, but a million details, and they're both contributed all kinds of ways to Berkshire. But it has been a tough time to beat the S&P, but that's the deal we got with them, and they've got a small carry forward of deficiency to make up. I mean, they had some brought back earlier on. They made pretty good money for a few years, substantial. Some were brought back because of the 3-year put-back arrangement, and then now they've got a small carry forward.
Another question that came in.
They've done better than I have.
Tony Dickinson writes in, what changes should we expect from GEICO with the transition from Tony Nicely to Bill Roberts, and how do they approach leadership differently?
They're two peas in a pod on that. I mean, they've worked together so long, so compatible. They have the same feelings about GEICO. I mean, nobody can quite match GEICO's Tony's feelings about GEICO, but there's just no change. I was at a meeting of GEICO that they had maybe 40 of their top executives, and everybody went around and introduced themselves and gave the look the time they've been with GEICO. I think the shortest time any one of those people said was 19 years. GEICO goes its own.
Warren, we're just looking at it for the first time since the news last week that Kraft Heinz put out. There was so much news, it's hard to even summarize it all. They came out with earnings that missed expectations. They said, by the way, it's not going to get better in 2019. They revealed that there's an SEC investigation taking place into accounting. They wrote down the value of the brands by just over $15 billion. Were you surprised by any of this news? What did you think of what happened? Because the street was surprised. The stock was down over 30%.
Yeah. Well, I may have learned a week or 10 days before about something like the SEC investigation. I'm not on the board, but Greg's on the board, and I talked to Greg, and Greg had been talking a lot to the head of the audit committee. He's a terrific guy, tactful. But the write-down, I do my own write-downs in my mind. So I was not surprised by that. The accounting firm took it right down to a little different than I did. But I would not argue with them on it. I'll give you some math that would substantiate it. I've been watching. I was wrong in a couple of ways on Kraft Heinz, but I think we talked at luncheon time about the packaged goods brands losing some ground against the retailers.
Just over a year ago?
6 months ago. The packaged goods companies are always in a struggle with retailers. Our family had a grocery store for 100 years, and we didn't have much bargaining power. But the really strong brands, they go toe-to-toe with Walmart or Costco or whoever it may be. But the weaker brands tend to lose out. The interesting thing about Heinz, this is still a wonderful business in that it loses about $7 billion of tangible assets and earns $6 billion pre-tax on that. So the assets required to run the business, $7 billion. They earn $6 billion roughly after depreciation pre-tax. But we and certain predecessors, but we're paying $100 billion more for tangible assets. So for us, it has to go on $107 billion, not just on the $7 billion to put the business in place. And we don't have a way. It'd be wonderful we had a way to deploy another $7 billion and $6 billion, but it isn't there. So I think that when you're going toe-to-toe with a Walmart or a Costco or maybe an Amazon position, that you have a modestly good bet, maybe one where the trends are a little against or something like that. You've got the weaker bargaining hand that you had 10 years ago. The really classic situation is this, we think about it, Heinz was started in 1869. Well, all that time we got a various products, we just didn't touch them. The Kraft part is sort of more murky, but it goes back to CW Post of 1895. Those companies, well, all kinds of brands now, all kinds, you know them, you had them when you were a kid, you have them now, some they've been distributed worldwide through tens and hundreds of thousands of outlets. They've had hundreds of millions of times. They spend a fortune on advertising. And their sales now are $26 billion. Costco introduced the Kirkland brand in 1992, 27 years ago, and that brand did $39 billion last year, whereas all the Kraft and Heinz brands did 26 or $7 billion. So here they are, 100 years plus, tons of advertising, rolled into people's habits and everything else. And now Kirkland, a private label brand, comes along and with only 750 or so outlets, does 50% more business than all the Kraft Heinz brands. And so house brands, private label, is getting stronger. It varies by country around the world, but it's bigger, and it's going to keep getting bigger.
Okay, a couple of questions on it. First of all, does that mean we overpaid?
Well, we did overpay. We didn't overpay for Kraft. I mean, for Heinz. Yeah, we bought that originally. It was a 50-50 deal. It was private. And
50 deal with 3G. With 3G. Yeah,
with 3G. We had two stockholders. And then we overpaid for Kraft. And we wrote down $15 billion of that. And that, that's the CPA's looking at it. Actually, the market's marked it down more than that, and done it quite properly. The the thing to remember is that, how the stock doesn't know yellow. You pay $10 for stock, it goes to 8, and you go, it gets back to 10, I'll sell it. It goes up to 20, you say, I can sell half of it and take all my money out. All those things are nuts. But in business, if we paid $7 billion for Kraft, which is all it takes to run the business, it would still earn the same amount as if we paid $100 billion premium. With stock, the business does not earn wages because you pay more for it. And we not only after buying Kraft, everybody started speculating about these wheat prices, so the prices of everything come up. And then on top of it, we paid large premiums for it, and we misjudged it.
I hear what you're saying about the house brands and the competition from places like a private label brand that Costco puts out. But what about just millennials changing habits? How much of it is that younger consumers don't want the brands that their parents and grandparents want?
There's some change in habits, but if you think about it, people won't really change their habits that much. If you try to think of the billion-dollar brands that have been created in food and their private label, there's very few billion-dollar brands being created in food. It's all good with Yoga, probably, but you don't really see that is not really a huge change. Physical value hasn't changed much. The ability to price, though, has been changed, and that's huge.
We had an analyst on last week on Friday talking about what she perceived as the problems with Kraft Heinz. And she said she thinks they're underinvesting in the business. I mean, that's kind of in 3G's way to cut to the bone, and that's how you make this profitable. But she thinks the brands have been underinvested in. Would you agree with that?
I don't think so, but that's hard for me to tell. But I see, I was on the board. I mean, I saw lots of innovation in different products, and you saw them advertised to some extent. I do not think, well, I don't know this for sure, but I think if you take the 10 largest food companies, I think innovation, they've tried a lot of things, but some of the things work. If you look at Kellogg and General Mills and up and down on Coca-Cola, I mean, how many new products really become big? You read about it all, but Big Heinz ketchup, it's got 60% of the ketchup market. It's got higher percentages in other parts of the world, and it's a very, very, very strong brand. And that's cream cheese is a strong brand. But other brands are either, and you are right, certainly, that in certain categories, Kool-Aid or Jell-O or something like that, they go back 75 years or something, and there's some secular trend against that, but that isn't the key. I mean, they cut costs not in innovation or in product quality or anything like that. They just took it out of SG&A raises. Now, they may have made a mistake in terms of working, I shouldn't say we may have made a mistake in terms of trying to push hard against certain of the retailers and finding out that we weren't as strong as we thought we were.
So let's get a lot of questions from viewers, because we got a lot of questions related to Kraft Heinz. This one's number 25. Someone named JC Dominguez wrote in, is this the type of incident in time when you buy more Heinz, or do you pull the plug?
Oh, we don't pull the plug on that. We never sold a share of Kraft Heinz. And if we sold or bought, it has to be reported within 2 days. So we wouldn't be able to do anything significant. But it isn't our style. We are the partners with 3G on it. And so we have exactly the number of shares we had before. And, I guess I should never say never at age 88. Somebody else might do. But I have absolutely no intention of selling. I've got absolutely no intention of buying.
Why wouldn't, if you're sticking with the business and it's 30% cheaper today, why wouldn't you buy more?
Well, they didn't work as much.
So I think it was a fair scam at the
At 35, we got 1,200,000,000 shares out. So that's 42 billion for the equity, and we owe 30 or 31 billion. So the whole company is selling for $71 or $2 billion. And as I mentioned, it has about $6 billion of operating income now. For $6 billion, if you pay a lot more than 72, or it doesn't look like it's going to be going up for a while. But even really said it's going to go down in 2019. There are other things I think where you get more for your money and better prospects. Not that I regard the prospects for times as terrible. I would rather cut down where I think people make more money this year than last year.
But if you see better places to deploy money, where don't you sell?
Well, we can't. There's a practical matter move around tens of billions of dollars that usually. But beyond that, it is, I mean, if we're looking at $1 million, $10 million, would I have a position in it? No. You move around with $1 million or $10 million. And 10 times can move around reasonably well with 13, but that could be difficult. $173 billion. I mean, you dance like an elephant, not like some guy dancing with the stars. We always have a show with them, Joe. Last year, it's true the favorites got knocked out early, but we did split. There's a $100,000 consolation prize for whoever does the best out. That got split 8 ways last year, but the year before we had 5 people that came within one game, and just the last games of winning the $1 million prize. Now, if they won the $1 million, they would have had to split it if all 5 had won it, but there's a $1 million prize. And we're going to do it again this year, and we limited to employees of Berkshire, but close personal friends of mine who have a book also may be entitled to enter.
Well, Joe, he invited you to enter last year and you didn't do it.
No. We were doing other things where depending. Let's do it again this year, Warren, with a Creighton versus Xavier thing, because they both have losing sort of records, and they're not doing quite as well. Although Creighton just beat Georgetown, and yesterday Xavier just beat Villanova. I don't know if you saw it. It was pretty good. So let's do something there. And let's see, there's a NetJet card I can think about. I don't know what the payoff's going to be, but let's see who goes further.
You get another brick.
Exactly. If I'm lucky.
I get 30 seconds on the program versus a NetJet membership for you and that. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll let you aim the bet, and I will let you name the stakes. And we'll go from there.
Wow.
This is the honor system, Joe.
Okay, let's do that.
Now you're talking his language.
Well, but he's very crafty and very smart. Like he sent me a NetJet card. It had my name on it, but it was absolutely useless. It was like I use it as a leverage tag. It wasn't worth anything.
You said NetJet cards. You didn't say it had to work for everyone.
That's a starter card. That's a starter card. So we got great things to plan for you.
I do have great things to talk to you about. I think you think the market's expensive, Warren, so I want to talk to you about that. I mean, you don't like to say that. You say long term it's going to be fine, but you've got a lot of metrics you're looking at, like the market cap to GDP or GNP. That looks expensive there, right? I mean, there are things that look expensive, and you're having trouble finding things. So you need to be honest with us about that. Is it really expensive?
Well, it depends on emphasis. We talked about that before. If you tell me that 3% compound will go over the next 30 years, stocks are incredibly cheap. Because even, I mentioned that Kraft Heinz earns $6 billion on $7 billion in tangible assets. Even if you pay $70 billion and you earn $6 billion on it, that's better than having $70 billion out of 3%. Interest rates govern everything. And if there were a way to short 30-year bonds and own the S&P for 30 years, I would give you an autos hawk if the S&P is going to be 30-year bonds. Now, we'd have a period of extended long-term low rates, not only here but around the world, and now it looks like we're not going to jack them up very fast. So we may be in a new world, the world that Japan entered back in 1990, and if so, stocks will, when we look back on it, will look very cheap. But, this is not the history of the United States will have these continued low interest rates. So, if I had a choice today, a 10-year purchase of a 10-year bond at whatever rate is, or 10 years, or buying the S&P 500 and holding it for 10 years, I'd buy the S&P in a second.
Well, that brings us to a question that and this is 267. Pierce Pant says, from the annual report in the 13F, it looks like Berkshire was the least active in the public markets in the quarter when the stocks were the cheapest. You also did fewer buybacks in the fourth quarter when Berkshire was cheaper. Was taking the foot off the gas in the fourth quarter a conscious decision? And based on what you just said, we got all these signs that look like the Fed was not going to be raising rates in the fourth quarter too. So why wasn't that a buy signal for you?
Well, I thought stocks were a buy in the fourth quarter, just like they did in the third and second and first quarter. But sometimes we have other things in mind too that may use a lot of money, and sometimes they work out and sometimes they don't. But
what does that mean? You were holding your cash in case a deal came through?
We had at least one deal possibility that was very large, and I like stocks in the fourth quarter, but I would like buying the business even better.
Is that...
Incidentally, I did say in the annual report that we expect to be net buyers of stocks, and this year we have not been net buyers, I should point out. I mean, the market's going pretty much straight up. I still think stocks are more attractive, but I have trouble buying it not every day it's up.
The deal that you just mentioned, is that potentially still on the books?
No.
So it's
I don't think it is. No.
Is it a deal here in the United States?
Yeah, it's a bigger deal, yeah.
It's a bigger than a big box.
I'll give it a hint. It's on this planet.
So you went out of your way in the letter to say that you do think buying businesses outright is more expensive, even though you don't think stocks are too expensive.
No question that, in stocks now, you have businesses, I should say, you have a huge buyer, and that's not only, and companies are eager to buy too, but you also have private equity, and I don't know whether private equity, it's flexible because they can have their partners for more money and all that, but let's just assume that they would have $1 trillion available. Now, they use a lot of leverage. They call themselves private equity, but they're really private debt to a great extent. But that trillion might buy as much as, say, $3 trillion of assets if it's leveraged with $2 trillion of debt. The total stock market is something like $30 trillion. And if you take the top 5 companies, you knock another 6 companies, you knock 4 trillion off that. So we're down to something where the buying power of private equity, plus just the normal buying power for the companies that want to get there, it's just a huge amount of competition.
When you start looking around, do you think the private equity companies are overpaying for this, or can they make it work?
Well, they're not. I mean, they obviously want to make the best deals they can, but they are in a game that is so much more competitive than it was for them. If you go back to the 1970s when leveraged buyouts started, which are the same thing they're doing now, but the name kind of lost its appeal there at some point. But the deals you could make then were enormously more attractive than the deals you could make now.
Let me ask you one more question that came in from the viewer. You've kind of answered this, but there may be a little bit more to the answer. This is T84 for the control room. Nick writes in, why didn't a large acquisition happen for Berkshire during the fourth quarter of 2008 sell-off? Are you anticipating a much bigger decline in the market? Or I guess maybe it was the timing of it. Maybe it was so quick.
Yeah. Well, there too, in 2008, for example, we were going to buy Constellation Energy. We ended up buying the stock and making some money on it. But that was part of the deal. When Constellation fell apart, it was in the fall of 2008. I was watching the tape. Dave Sokol was watching it, what was going on. We might have called each other at the same time, and he was on a plane with Greg to Baltimore.
Greg Abel?
Yeah, that day. And we contracted to buy it. So we were ready to buy that. And we tried on other things. And we participated in market securities big time at that point, too, as you know. I think we spent $16 million in 3 weeks. From October 7th to 8th. And then we already had another $3 billion committed to Dow, which was not going to get taken down till later on. So we went through our cash pile pretty fast. Too fast, actually.
You have a huge cash pile right now, though. Is it $112 billion?
Yeah,
And that doesn't even count the other $20 billion in cash, like...
No, that does count. I mean, but the 110 or something like that, that counts 20. And I never get right down to 20 anyway, but we've got a lot of cash and we don't use it. But a private equity fund that's going to borrow 6 or 7 times what they call EBITDA, which I don't use as a metric, we're going to pay more than we are. And, as I said, we pay too much for that. If you pay too much for something, it doesn't accommodate you by earning more money to make you look good. It earns what it earns. And if we paid $10 billion much for crap, they would have still earned the same money, basically.
This question that comes in, this is F7 controller, Doug Wolford, writes in, when you come across bad news on a holding, for example, Kraft Heinz, can you share the sequence of criteria you use to determine if the stock is on sale and buy or a bust and to sell? What really concerns you as to what is in the back of the deck?
The stock market is there not to instruct me. It's there to serve me. So if there's bad news and the stock goes down, the question is, I have is the long-term valuation change? And there was certainly bad news at Geico when we bought it, for example, but there was bad news in American Express when I originally bought it back in the 60s. It was the best investment the partnership ever made. So what you like is bad news about a fundamentally good business. And you got to make sure it's still a fundamentally good business. But no, bad news on a good business, we're better off because Apple stock is down significantly from where it was 4 or 5 months ago. But if it stayed there, Apple will probably, they may not, but they have said they're going to go down to cash neutral. But they do either by acquisitions or dividends or repurchases. My guess is going to be much of the repurchases. We're about $140 billion away from cash neutral now. If the stock were 200, it buys 650 million shares. If it's 150, you buy close to 900 million shares. We're way better off. If it's at a lower price when they're repurchasing shares, our partners are selling out to us, and they're selling out cheaper than otherwise. The worst thing that can happen from our standpoint with Apple is it sells at $230 or something like that, because they like buying as well at that sort of price. The Camel, I was back at Geico 10 days ago, and the Camel was running what I had.
We should have some type of mad advertising. You single-handedly, turned that into, people need to do that. When Geico, what the heck is a Geico? It's a government market, it would have gone nowhere, but you ramped up all that ad spend, and look at it now. So, it's sort of, they own you, the whole advertising industry.
I am so glad that you remember that I was the one that came up with the idea of Geico. Geico misremember that entirely. They think it was their idea. I was going to sketch that little guy out and said, why don't we try to... I happened to the show. Either one of us get credit where people forget.
Let's talk a little bit about what Joe was just talking about. Joe, stay there because I know you wanted to ask about BYD. That might play into this. The trade talks with China. How big of a deal is that? What have you seen on your companies and your investments?
I see the monthly reports from the companies come through, and a fair number, not in insurance at all, obviously, but a fair number of the tariffs have had some impact, not without 10% tariffs. And a number of them say if it were 25%, would be some big adjustments. Some of it, the suppliers have swallowed over in China, and some we split with them, but it pushes prices up. I mean, there's no question about that. But it has had a big effect at 10%. A number of 20 and 25%. I mean, the world changes. I mean, you either get a lot more money for your product, or you source it differently, or you do something.
So are you relieved to hear of the deadline being extended and being pushed off, that March 2nd it's not all going to go to 25%?
Well, I'm relieved at the idea that there's still some chance that sense will prevail. It is bad for China, it's bad for us if we get into some kind of a trade war. And negotiations are tough, and something like this is a big deal to both countries. And to some extent, you're playing a game of chicken because it hurts both countries. And I generally think when two very smart countries have something very important at stake, they'll end up making rational decisions. I mean, I've been thinking that way with the Russians ever since the nuclear bomb. Even though you get all kinds of tensions, and people generally figure out what's best for themselves, and the best thing for both China and the United States is to work out something sensible with both sides to live.
Did you think there was a valid reason for amping up these negotiations, for saying, hey, hang on a second, we're not getting a fair shake?
Well, I think we haven't been getting a fair shake to some degree, but I think we could sustain, I mean, to some extent, the United States can do things that no other country can do. So I think a number of smaller countries, for example, if they want to run trade surpluses with us, I mean, it strengthens their economy, it doesn't hurt us that much. I mean, I think we've got a role to play in the world that way, but I don't think we can do Uncle Sam either.
Joe, you have some breaking news?
Yeah, out of General Electric, breaking to a lot of us that GE had this much money tied up in biopharma. The company General Electric is selling its biopharma business to Danaher. Kind of interesting. Danaher for $21.4 billion, and $21 billion of that will be in cash. GE says it's going to use the proceeds to reduce leverage, strengthen its balance sheet. It expects the deal to close during the fourth quarter of this year, and there's a lot of comments about how from Culp about how this is in keeping with their plan to reduce leverage, strengthen the balance sheet, and all the other things. The deal, Danaher meanwhile sees the deal adding 45 to 50 cents to adjusted earnings per share in the first full year, and instead of us talking about this back in year to year, I guess we should get Warren's comments on what he thinks of this move.
Let's do just that. And I do want to bring up, this is something, Warren, that we got real questions about too. Randomly, GE, controlling T102, Brian Savage wrote in, Mr. Buffett, given the recent turmoil with GE, do you believe Larry Culp is the right man for the job? And if you could advise him, what would you inform him he should do? Lastly, if he is the guy, why haven't you invested in a company like GE given the current funds?
Well, I think you should sell the medical operation for $21.4 billion to Danaher. I mean, that sounds. I think that GE should be leveraged. No great insights there. They believe the same thing, I'm sure. They owe more money than they should, of course, and they should sell assets to some degree, not in a fire sale at all. It's obviously not a fire sale price. So I applaud what was just announced, and I've met Larry, had a terrific record at Danaher, and we are a big customer of GE. We are a big supplier of GE. I've had some connection with the company for decades, and they did call us in 2008 when they needed money, and I think all Americans cheering for GE, but I'm certainly one of those that is cheering.
Have they called you more recently?
Well, I've talked to them off and on over the last year or two, but I've said the same thing pretty much, is what I'm saying right here.
Joe, you have any questions on this one?
Not so much on that. I got a lot of things, obviously, that we want to talk about. And I guess Warren probably does know T pretty well. Does he have... I'd like a little more color to his comments on T. He probably doesn't want to do that. What's your expression when you say you criticize by just a general way, but you praise by...
Criticize by category, praise by name.
I guess I'm ready to just say it, but can you...
No, never let me do that. I haven't seen their 10K yet. I mean, I want to get their 10K as soon as I can. It may be, it's probably out just about now. And that's the document you have to read. It's up to about 50% more. Yeah. But it's selling, the equity selling for about $100 million, and then they actually have a preferred issue that's $5 or $6 billion, and most people don't even know about that. And then they had something over $100 billion of debt on consolidating the capital, but I think that's the way to look at it. And they've got a couple of very good businesses. So, but I think they were over-leveraged, and they've got to reduce the leverage, and clearly they're doing it.
I mean, you could write a check for that. Or you could write a check for that, Warren, if you really liked it.
That's true.
It's true that you could, but you're happy. Okay, I'll just paraphrase.
There's a question that came in from a viewer, and I asked this because we're talking about GE, and it's one of many companies that's looking at unfunded pension liabilities potentially down the road. This is T54 controller, and Brian Bannon writes in, how do you see the unfunded pension liabilities across the United States affecting our economy over the next 10 years?
Well, if you're talking about the corporate sector, unfunded liabilities have been working their way down because all the new companies don't go for defined benefit plans. So you've got, if you take the 4 or 5 largest companies in the United States, they don't have defined benefit plans. We have brought a number of older companies, so we have a fair number of companies with defined benefit plans. We wouldn't start any defined benefit plans. But that it's not a huge problem in corporate America. I mean, you have a series of the pension benefit guarantee code gets involved, and there'll be others, but it's way less of a problem than it was 10 years ago or 20 years ago. In the public sector, it's a disaster, and some of it's interesting to me when they talk about these relocation problems, and good atmosphere, all that sort of thing. If I were relocating into some state that had a huge unfunded pension plan, I'm walking into liabilities because who knows whether they're going to get the corporate income tax or my employees, with personal income taxes or what. But that liability isn't going to be, you can't ship it offshore or anything like that. And those are big numbers, really big numbers, and they may come. You can delay a long time. I mean, you're getting pushed maybe somewhat. But the politicians are the ones that really haven't attacked it in a good many states. And when you see what they would have to do, I say to myself, why do I want to build a life there that has to sit there for 30 or 40 years? Because I'll be here for the life of the pension. And they will come after corporations, they'll come after individuals. We have to raise a lot of money.
I mean, when you say that, the states that come to mind, having not looked at the statistics in a while, would be Illinois and New Jersey at the top of the list.
As I say, I praise my name, and there's that category.
Well, let's talk about the decision of Amazon to say forget it to a second headquarters in New York City. We were with Kelly Munger on that day, and this was February 14th, just a week and a half ago. We were with Charlie remember the day that announcement came out, and Charlie had some pretty firm comments on it. He said he thinks it's crazy that states like California and others are basically driving the rich people out. What do you think about it?
Well, I heard Charlie on that. As he says, they don't have kids. And I mean, many of them are charitable. They tend to give the things that are around them. And they don't use the services nearly as much relative to their taxes that they pay as the average person. And they say they use the hospitals. Obviously, a state like Florida, which has that income tax, attracts a lot of rich people. And in Texas, people will be okay for the fact that there's no income tax is a real factor. And I don't know about those two states specifically. I have a feeling that their retirement plans are in pretty good shape compared to the old industrial states. You get legacy liabilities when you move in. Nebraska's in very good shape for a long time. But we really better go to state having any debt when we go around like these things.
Well, what we're talking about is state versus state.
Yes.
You're now talking about some new taxation plans that are being recommended in Congress or by specific senators or congressmen that are similar to some of those policies that we've seen in the states. I mean, if we just run through it, Elizabeth Warren with her wealth tax on everybody over $50 million, AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, with her plan to tax anything above $10 million at 70% rate, Bernie Sanders with his estate tax going up to 77%. If those policies are enacted on a national basis, do you see that same sort of trading off for people who potentially leave the United States? What do you think about these plans?
Well, that's an interesting question. I would say this. If tomorrow everybody in the world had a chance to make a one-time change in where they lived, and we've got 2 billion families all over the world, the only time they're going to get the chance to make the change. But they will get transported free to any country they want to go to, their family, and have citizenship. What do you think's going to happen tomorrow?
A lot of people in the United States.
A lot of people are going to come to the United States. Very few people are going to leave. North Korea might have a spoiled decrease in population. I mean, the point is, this is an incredible country. And it's true that right now we're raising $3.3 trillion and spending probably $4.4 trillion. We're going to have a deficit of about $1 trillion in a very good year in the cycle. I mean, that year of prosperity. And that's 5% of GDP, and that's probably more. You could actually take a 2 to 3% deficit and not have the ratio of debt to GDP go 1 to 5 in prosperous years. We're out of whack on that. So you can cut spending, you can raise taxes, but I would say that the wealthy are definitely undertaxed relative to the general population.
Well, that was almost a dodge of the question. I mean, if these policies drive out the wealthy people, sure, if you've got your choice of where to go, everybody would want to come to the United States, but would the wealthy people do that if we changed our tax structure?
Well, I think most of the people that would, the rich people, Mark Rich, they leave because in his case, I mean, he's leaving before the feds pick him up now. I don't think if you offered most of the rich people, if they were sane anyway, and you said, if you stay, we're going to take half your net worth, and if you leave, we can take it all with you, and you're 88 years old like me, am I going to leave the United States? I could move. South Dakota has no state income tax. Wyoming has no state income tax. So we've got 2 states that border Nebraska. Nebraska has a 7 or fraction percent state income tax. If Iowa, which is right across the river, had no income, I would move. I mean, I think people want to come here. I think if you made that offer, I made the United States, there'd be more people from the United States than any place else, and they would come if the deficit was 1 trillion, 1.2 trillion, and it's also around about the real tax policies.
You're making a decision to leave all your money to the private sector as charities, because you think, I assume you think maybe it'd be better spent there than by the government. Isn't it possible that it's just not the right idea to just, it's already a bloated, what some people would think, a bloated entity, address the spending side of things, or else maybe you ought to reconsider if you think the government is so good at spending money, well, why leave it all in the private sector? Go ahead and give it all to the government, let them do it. You seem to have an idea that it's better treated if you do it philanthropically.
I've got about 4 choices, Joe. I mean, let's say I have $80 billion. I can spend them all. But even to spend them all, I would have to sell Berkshire stock, so I would incur taxes of $20 or so billion instead. So the government will then get 20 if I want to spend it all. I don't know what the world I'd spend it on. I can give it all to my wife, and that way there's no tax. I can give 4 million people $20,000 each, and there'd be no tax on it. As long as I give specific people up to 20,000, I can do it. There's no tax. One thing you could do, the estate tax is the wealth tax. I mean, in theory, you get taxed on wealth on the estate. Now, you're allowed to give to charity 50% cash, 30% appreciated stocks, and have it deductible from your income. They let you essentially deduct all the gifts of wealth at death. So you could have a limitation. You could only give 50% to philanthropy and treat it the same way actually as if you're getting orphan income during your life. There's a lot of things you can do with the tax law. I mean, the tax, and I think that one way or another, when the Forbes 400 have gone from 93 billion to 2.7 trillion since 1982, the market system, as it gets more specialized, will give more and more to the top people. If we were back in 1800 and we were all working on farms, you'd probably be worth a little more than I am because you'd work harder and be stronger. But the top person working that farm would be worth 1.5 to maybe 2 times what the bottom person was. But as we get more and more specialized, the guy that's the best at knocking out some other guy that weighs 200 pounds is worth $30 million a fight. Now, he's worth $30 million a fight because somebody invented television and television. As we get more specialized, the rich will get even richer. And the question is, how do you take care of the guy who's a wonderful citizen and father of a man died in Normandy or something, and it just doesn't have market skills. And I think the earned income tax credit is the best way to address that question, and that means probably some more taxes, should mean some more taxes for guys like me, and however you come at it, I'm fine with.
We've talked about a lot of things so far, but we have not gotten your take on the economy to this point. There was just a Federal Reserve report out on Friday that suggested that GDP for 2018 is probably going to come in slightly below 3%. What do you think the economy is doing right now, just based on your businesses, based on receipts you see, the companies that you track that you have major shares in?
Right now, just based on the monthly statements I get, some things I get other data with, but overall things are a little better. The rate of improvement is tapered, but it certainly hasn't flattened. I don't think it changed much, and construction has been disappointing. But most of our businesses, I've seen other figures on retail that are strong, but I would say our retail figures in January were not strong. But January's a peculiar month. That can be affected a lot by weather, although any retailer will always on the weather. Right now things will be fine.
When you say it's a little better, that's relative to when? What's your comparison?
Well, I'm saying that if it developed as I see in January and February for the whole year, I think we would probably beat our 24.8 billion, but that would depend on insurance profits swinging away. They're
Of your operating profit that you just looked
with the operating, yeah. So I think business looks decent. It's not galloping ahead, and the tariffs having a little effect at 10%, but they went to 25, they would change things quite a bit. And I do see some more inflationary things, but I don't see anything to be alarmed about at present.
What inflationary signals?
If you told me GDP would be down this year, we'd still be doing the same thing.
What inflationary signs do you see at this point?
Well, as I get the reports from the companies, they say even raw material costs are going up, and oil being down helps us. I mean, that's the basis for a lot of raw material costs, but overall, there's more cost pressure.
You mentioned that housing has been weaker, home building. You've seen that. Why do you think that is?
It's puzzling because, before 2008, we were running higher. Well, I mean, when the obvious answer that you expect household formations to go way down in a recession, and we have that one. But we had this big trend from ownership to renting, so that that's probably changed by 5 percentage points. Well, 5 percentage points when you talk about 125 million households or 6 million houses of people that are living in rental units rather than houses. So that configuration has really changed. And I would have thought it would have turned back as people got the jobs back and all of that. But single-family construction is really, I think it's been quite weak compared to what you would expect after 10 years of recovery in the stock market. Quadrupling from the lows and unemployment of 3.7%. People were just making different choices.
Jay Powell, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, is set to testify before Congress on Tuesday and Wednesday of this week. Based on what you said about the weakness in housing, based on some of the downturn that you saw, did you think he made the right move by signaling a much more dovish take last quarter?
Yeah, I don't second guess him at all. I think he's a terrific choice for Federal Reserve Chairman. He actually was at the Treasury in 1991 when Solomon was in trouble, and I saw him make a lot of very good decisions for the United States government. He's a smart man, and he's very level-headed. He understands both business and economics, and I don't think we could have a better chairman. So I will never second guess him.
I know we don't make a lot of investing decisions based on what the Federal Reserve Chief or anybody else is saying, but what would you be interested in hearing from him this week? What might you be listening for?
Well, I read what he says, but it doesn't affect anything we do. It just doesn't. It doesn't affect our investments or, the amount of money we're going to spend on the railroad this year or in energy or anything. We're plowing ahead always. We always spend more than our depreciation, and we know the country is going to make lots of progress over time, and we don't think we're smart enough to jump in and out as to when the time is.
A couple of questions that came in from viewers when it comes to the economy. One is T19 controller Rashad Khan asking, do you think the 10-year yields are likely to rise from current levels in the long run? I don't know what the long run is.
Well, I'm amazed that 10 years into the recovery, or 9 years into the recovery, 10 years, the panic, I'm amazed that rates worldwide are what they are. This is not classical economics to have trillions and trillions of dollars still at negative interest rates. We're really doing really very, very close. I don't understand it. I don't think the economists really understand it. I mean, and how that explains it so well. that's the real question for stock investors. Are these rates more or less a new normal? And people who thought the Japanese rates in 1990 couldn't possibly stay where they were, that turned out to be suicide. They were short of Japanese bonds and stuff like that. But we live in a world that wasn't described in classical economics.
Do you think it's because of the experimentation by central banks around the globe?
Well, I think the central banks did what they had to do after 2008 and 9. In fact, I think Europe was a little late doing it when Draghi finally said, we'll do whatever it takes. The only one that can say that is central banks. And I think central banks behaved very well post the recession.
You've mentioned twice this morning how we could potentially be in a situation like Japan, where these interest rates stay at these incredibly low levels. Will it work out better for us than it has for Japan?
Well, the answer is I just don't know, but Japan also has a declining population and no energy resources. And we're a different case than Japan.
We're here at the Nebraska Furniture Mart today, and I know that you've talked a little bit before we came on the show this morning just about Rose Blumpkin, who founded the Nebraska Furniture Mart. You bring up immigration, so I thought maybe now would be a good time to talk about that. She came here in 1917.
Yeah, she came over here on a boat to Oklahoma, and she landed in Seattle. And I've got the manifest of the boat and I've got her entry papers, and she couldn't speak a word of English. The Red Cross got her to Fort Dodge, Iowa, where her husband was. She spent 2 years there, couldn't pick up the language there, so they decided to come to Omaha, where there were some Russian Jews, and they would feel at least they had arm of sorts. And she sold used clothing and did various things, had 4 children, and 15 or so.
Decided not to do it, we'd have 2 million deaths. Now, a lot of countries don't report their deaths. Obviously, China's not reporting because they had far more than we did. China had far more deaths than we did, in my opinion. It's just my opinion. But they don't report their deaths, or they don't report them accurately. And I don't want to embarrass other countries, but I can tell you there are other countries where the death toll is far higher than the United States, but they don't report deaths. We report it to a level that nobody reports it. We also do testing in cases. I watch your broadcasts and read your information, your media outlet very, very carefully, and I look at the rare cases. And the reason, I say it 100 times, nobody wants to pick it up, but we do testing at a level that nobody ever dreamed possible. We have the best tests, and we have by far the most tests. Actually, India, as per your question before, India is number 2, and they've done a good job, but they're about 40 million tests behind us, and they're a country of 1.5 billion people. Now, because of all these tests, we have far more cases. If we cut our cases in half, if we cut our testing in half, we'd probably have about half the number of cases. If we cut it down to levels, there are some countries that don't test. They test when somebody walks into a hospital. That's the test you get. They walk into a hospital, they're sick, that's your test. We have tested more and better, and you just see where we now have millions of tests coming in from a certain company that's done a fantastic job, and it's going to be anywhere from 5 minutes to 15 minutes on the spot, very accurate test. But if we had much less testing, no testing, you wouldn't be reporting cases. But you see this, I don't want to go over the statistics, you all wrote it down, but you see how we're doing compared to the rest of the world, and you see, and if you take out New York, which has been a tragic situation, with the amount of people that died in New York,
If you take out the major states in the U.S., it's still a part of the United States, New York is.
I'm just saying, New York has been in particular one, whether it's badly, incompetently, or whether it's unfortunate, and I appreciated Governor Cuomo saying that I've done a phenomenal job. And I said, well, good things. He said bad things too. Later on, when I get other choice. But you took out New York from those numbers. You can multiply our tremendous success by a lot. But look, the bottom line is that the job we've done on COVID-19, the China virus, China plague, whatever you want, there are a lot of different names, but it's been incredible. We've also helped a lot of other countries, especially with ventilators, because we are now, we build ventilators at a level that nobody ever thought possible. So,
That's the one that I said to you.
If we didn't do what I said, we would be at 2 million deaths right now.
Taking that into account, it's just going forward.
Well, we're not taking that into account. I had a choice to make. If we made the wrong choice, the number that you have, which is less than other countries, but the other countries don't do good tests. They don't report it to the extent, and they're not accurate. You know that, and so do I. Because you take a look at some of the things happening in certain other very large countries. First of all, we're a very large country. If you take a look at things happening with respect to the reporting of deaths in other countries, and I say movement. So it's been amazing. But we made some moves at the beginning. China, big, Europe, big. But the biggest of all was closing it down, understanding the disease only good, and now we know it's the elderly, it's especially elderly if they have diabetes or they have problems. And we're watching it, and we're watching it very closely. By the way, we're doing super testing with respect to that, super testing. But if we did it a different way, instead of the number that you said, but basically the number that we're at now is approximately 180,000, we'd be at 2 million people right here. We'd be higher than that. I'm not sure we have our vaccine. Our vaccine is, I think it's going to be the standard. It's going to be, these companies are incredible. They've come up with the great vaccines over the years, and that's the vaccine that probably most of the people in this room are going to want to take.
Yes, Mr. President, a quick clarification on my question. The $300 billion, is that from the Main Street lending program, or is that from a different part? Where are you?
It's sitting in an account, has not been spent, but we're willing to spend it. No, we're willing to spend it. I'd like to get approval from Congress. There's a theory that I don't have to do that, but I'd rather be up front, and I'd like to get approval from Congress. Let it go directly to the people. It would be a great stimulus. It's actually more stimulus than we're asking for in terms of pure stimulus. This would be pure stimulus. I wouldn't have to let prisoners go, some very evil prisoners go. But think of it. The Democrats, in order to get what they want, and in order to give us what we want, they're talking about allowing prisoners to be released, prisoners that we don't want to be released. So in order that we get money to the American people, they want to say, release prisoners, and other things like that are very bad. And we just can't do that. We don't want to do that.
And then just to follow on John's question, I know you spoke earlier about the Atlantic story, and you referenced the number of administration officials that come out to support your...
We have 11 people. I was just told, we have 11 people. There is nobody that feels more strongly about our soldiers, our wounded warriors, soldiers that died in war than I do. It's a hoax. Just like the fake dossier was a hoax. Just like the Russia was a hoax. It was a total hoax. No collusion. Just like so many other things. It's a hoax. And you'll hear more of these things, totally unrelated, as we get closer and closer to election. The magazine is a failing magazine, and nobody called me. Nobody called me from the magazine saying you have a comment about it. No, they just write whatever they want to write. Because they think you can't get sued. You can get sued, but it's a very hard winning lawsuits. But we have many witnesses, and it's just a continuation of the witch hunt, so that it can hopefully affect the election. But the American people are too smart. So whether it's the fake dossier that turned out to be a total fraud, or so many other things have turned out. I've been under investigation from before I even got elected. These people have gone after me more than any president of the United States in history. history of the United States, and it's a shame. It's a shame. And despite that, we've done more in the first 3.5 years than any administration. There's been no administration that's done more. When you add it all up, there's been no, despite all of the horrible political games that have been played. But there's nobody that's been able to do what I've done. And that includes the Great Mission Act, because what Obama passed was a joke. It was a joke. And we took it to a level that nobody thought possible. And that includes accountability. So it's a disgrace that somebody's allowed to write things like that. It could have been, a lot of times the sources are sources that don't exist, and sometimes the sources are just people that are disgruntled former so-called employees.
Just sort of about that, I mean, the notable voice that's been missing from the denials is your former Chief of Staff, John Kelly, who was obviously intimately involved in this. How are we supposed to look at that?
Here's the thing. I know John Kelly. He was with me, didn't do a good job, had no temperament, and ultimately he was petered out. He was exhausted. This man was totally exhausted. He wasn't even able to function in the last number of months. He was not able to function. He was sort of a tough guy. By the time he got eaten up in this world, it's a different world than he was used to, he was unable to function. And I told him, John, you're going to have to go. Please give me a letter of resignation. And we did that. And now he goes out and they signed an agreement with each other. They signed an agreement to work with each other. There are people that we've done an I haven't seen that. I mean, I see anonymous. He signed how would you describe it? Acknowledging that they work together. You look at someone who's very specifically about each element side to the pressure of this job. It's a tough job. Side to work together to normalize their economic and commerce. And as far as that clear, I mean, we are 99.9% the same. And of course, there's one point that's different at the very bottom. And it was also the survey mainstream election, which you really see move the fog was so great. It was as dense as I've ever seen. And I almost knew that for Kosovo, the last because they had certain parts of the last point for Kosovo is that they service who have a people here that were on the trip. They're writing a report, unable to even think about it. And I said, nope, I want to go. I insist on going. It would have taken us forever. The Paris police said, please, you can't do this. They'd have to shut down various parts of Paris. And it just was not a possible situation. The helicopter would have been very quick. They had the helicopter all set, but the helicopter could never fly in that kind of weather. So, and that's all documented, by the way. We have all of the information from, and probably will release that information. But I think it's a shame when a second-rate magazine, I don't read it, I know very little about this magazine, but when a second-rate magazine can write things like that about somebody that's done so much for the military, can write things like that and get away with it when you actually ask questions on it. It's a disgrace, and you ought to be ashamed of yourself. And let me just tell you, I watched the interview with Sleepy Joe Biden. And he didn't ask questions. You didn't ask questions like that. Read the questions, yes. They were like meant for a child. Those questions were meant for a child. Smiles on faces of reporters, not like you and you. There were smiles on the reporter. What do you think? Take a look at those questions that they asked him. They were not meant for a grown-up. They were meant for a child. So I just want to tell you, it's a disgrace. Because you look at what I've done for the United States military. I love those people. I've gotten them pay raises when they didn't get anything near what I've been able to do. And I've rebuilt $2.5 trillion. I've rebuilt the United States military. Now we're including Space Force. Nobody's done more for them. And then when I have to have a report read like that from a third-rate magazine that's not going to be in business much longer, I look at that and I think it's a disgrace. And then when I watch Biden getting asked questions that are really meant for a child to answer, anybody could answer, and I look at the level of question that you people ask. I mean, honestly, it's disgraceful. So I want to thank you all very much. We appreciate it, and we're doing very well. We're very, very proud of what's happened with respect to the economy. And I think that before the election, we're going to see a third quarter announced. The third quarter will be at a level that our country has never seen before. Next year, we're going to have a year that was better than last year. And I feel very certain it'll be better than last year. It'll be the greatest year we've had. And the whole reason this is working out this way is because we set a foundation for this country like we've never had before. So next year is going to be a fantastic year. But remember this, the third quarter is going to be announced sometime prior to the election, by a few days actually. And I think it's going to be record-setting type numbers on GDP and other things. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Can you stand by Robert Kelly's grave and say to his father, I don't get it, what was the Richard answer?
1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8, and continue on, adding the next power of 2 up to infinity. This may seem crazy, but with the sense in which this infinite sum equals negative 1. If you're like, well, this feels strange or obviously false when you first say it. But I promise you, if you disagree, will make it make sense. To do this, we need to back up. Will walk through the right formula and discover convergent infinite sums, those ones that only seem to make sense. And if I make the right line, we have to discover this crazy equation and settle upon new forms of math where it makes sense. Mathematician in the process of discovering that 1/2 plus 1/4 plus 1/8 plus 1/16 and on up to infinity, whatever that means, equals 1. But we needed to define what it means to add and fill in things for your friends to take you seriously. What would it feel like? I have no idea, and I imagine that it feels like being mind or stuck most of the time. But in this case, not the successful method of being heard. Distances between objects. No matter how close two things are, it seems that they can always be brought a little bit closer together without touching. Find the graph as a line, we're going to capture this paradoxical feeling with numbers. So imagine placing the two objects on the number line, the first at 0, the second at 1. Now, approach the first object towards the second, such that at each step, the distance between them is cut in half. Keep track of the numbers as the object touches down its edge, writing down 1/2, 1/2 plus 1/4, 1/2 plus 1/4 plus 1/8, and so on. Thus, each number is naturally numbered as a slightly longer thumb with 1 power of 2 in it. As such, we tend to say that if these numbers approach anything, we should be able to make this thing known as a sum that contains the reciprocal of every power of 2. And we can see geometrically that these numbers approach 1. Something I want to say is that 1 and the same thing as infinite time are the same thing. If the application is truthful, we have to state life as ridiculous. We can't have it for many things. No human, computer, or physical thing can perform such a task. However, we approach rapidly after we know once, we stand bravely in the face of ridiculousness and try to make sense of this nonsense in the way of time, since it kind of feels like nature gave it to you. So, instead of doing mathematician, they have the following infinite sums. When practiced in math and matter, finding the definitions is not only generating new thoughts, but it is a basic and old thoughts. So you go back to how you came across this fuzzy discovery. But what did you actually perform in forming new operations? You have a list of numbers, basically 20 pounds for if you have the time, and each number can perfectly resemble 3 makes sum. First, the numbers in this list approach 1. Approach. It's not just that the distance between each number and 1 gets smaller, because, for that matter, the distance between each number and 2 also gets smaller. But after thinking about it, what makes 1 special is that the numbers can be arbitrarily close to 1, which is to say, no matter how small the desired distance, on the 100th, on the 100th, or whatever the latest number on the line, the older the number is small enough, numbers will eventually fall within that tiny distance of 1. This may sound like the complex of defining a number approach, but as the first time I did it, it's actually incredibly clear. It's scribbled down the definition for 2 means for a difference in the equal some number, say x. And that is the general list of numbers that come off using the finite points. This is approach x in the sense that no matter how small the distance you choose, at some point on the list, all the numbers start falling within that distance of x. The problem is, you just play widgets to that. Well, it never felt like you were doing things out of thin air. You just practice yourself.
those which are in the same life form, but not in the same image subgroup, are distant quantities from each other. Those that are the same form subgroup, but not in the same subgroup, are distant reciprocals of larger and larger powers of force indicate closeness. Put it this way, but taken from these apart, which means other rational numbers of 1/3 and 1/2 should fall in there. So to conclude why this function of distance satisfies many of the nice properties we expect like triangle. Here, I would say that this notion of distance is a perfectly legitimate. We call it a periodic method, and it falls into a general family of distance functions called periodic methods, where p stands for undefined number. These metrics give rise to a completely unique number, neither real nor complex, and have become a central notion in modern number theory. Using the periodic method, the fact that the sum of all powers of 2 equals -1 actually makes sense, because the numbers 1, 3, 7, 15, 31, and so on genuinely approach -1. This parable does not actually portray the historical trajectory of discoveries, but nevertheless, I still think it's a good illustration of the recurrent pattern of the discovery. First, nature has something that's ill-defined or even nonsensical. When you define new concepts that make this fuzzy discovery make sense, and these new concepts can be more genuinely useful and broaden the aspect of possible. So, in answer to the age-old question of whether math is invention or discovery, my personal belief is that discovery of non-rigorous truths is what leads us to the construction of rigorous truths that are useful, opening the door for more fuzzy discoveries beginning the second. begin this video with something like a legend. written signatures, the idea here is that Alice should be able to add something to that transaction that proves that she has seen it and that she's intended to do it. At first, it might seem like a digital signature shouldn't even be possible. I mean, whatever data makes up that signature should just be almost free to exchange ledger values for real US dollars. For example, maybe Alice would buy a $10 bill of real account in exchange for him adding and signing the transaction by his address on ledger value through this convenient method. But exchanges like that, they're not going to be guaranteed by the company. It's now more analogous to trading on exchange dollars for gold or any other currency on the market. It's just its own independent entity. This is the first important thing to understand about it, or another thing. What it is that the discrete transaction is the currency. Of course, Bitcoin money doesn't enter the ledger if people buy and trade in cash, as if they have new money enters the ledger. But before that, there's actually an even more significant difference between the currencies and the ledger. So far, I've said that this ledger is its own company, like the website or any other company. But that would require less than a simple who hosts the website, who controls the room and time you buy. To remove that interface, and have everybody keep their own copy of the ledger. Then when you want to make a transaction, like Alice pays $1 on the ledger, but you need to broadcast that out at the world, here, but unless you do something more, this system is absurdly bad. How could you get everyone to agree on what the right ledger is? When Bob receives a transaction like Alice pays $1 on $100, how can we be sure that everyone else received and believes that same transaction? That we'll be able to later on go to Charlie and use those same 10 ledger values. Imagine yourself just listening to the transaction. How can we be sure that everyone else is reviewing the same transaction and doing the same thing? This is really the foundation. This is the majority. Can we come up with a protocol for how to accept and reject transactions, and in what order, so that you can feel comfortable with anyone else in the world who is confident one with the most beautiful community. If there's a cause, just wait and you hear an additional thought that makes more people. So even though there's no central authority, and everyone is just doing what possible to do, everyone is gift travel, whichever growth rate has the most growth for the receiver, is typically the value of which the system is sensitive. To see why this makes for a less busy system, and understand what one can do, it's actually really helpful to walk through exactly what it would take to feel something using the system. Maybe Alice is trying to fool God with her fraudulent block, claiming that she tries to send him one that includes European blue and yellow, but without broadcasting that block to the rest of the network. That way, everyone else still thinks that she has those underwater. To do this, she would have to find a valid proof of work before all of the other networks, each working on their own part. And that could definitely work. Maybe Alice just happens to win this little lottery before everyone else. But God is still going to hear the broadcasts made by everyone. So to keep him believing this fraudulent block, Alice would have to do all of the work herself to keep adding blocks on this special stored in God's block. It's different from what he's doing in the rest of it. Remember, as per the protocol, God always trusts the longest chain of music. Alice might be able to keep this up to a few blocks, just like Pierre, who happens to find blocks more quickly than trusts the management of the but unless she has close to 50% of the computing resources among all of the miners, the public study becomes overwhelmed with block perspectives from other miners, and faster than the single fraudulent blockchain that Alice is using to follow. So, after enough time, Bob's just going to reject what he's hearing from Alice and change what they want. Instead, you should wait for several new blocks to be added on top. If you still haven't heard of this block, this block is one of the same chain that everyone else is using. And with that, you've hit all the main ideas. This distributed ledger system, based on a proof of work, is more or less how the Bitcoin protocol works, and how many other cryptocurrencies work. There's just a few details to know. Earlier, I said that the proof of work lets you define a special number so that the hash of the block starts with 60 zeros. But the way the actual Bitcoin protocol works is to periodically change that number of zeros so that it can take, on average, 10 minutes to find a new block. So as there are more and more miners added to the network, the challenge actually gets harder and harder in such a way that this miniature lottery only has about 1 minute every 10 minutes. Many newer cryptocurrencies actually have much shorter block times than this. And all of the money in Bitcoin ultimately comes from some blockchain. In the beginning, these were words with 50 Bitcoin per block. There's actually a great website you can go to called Block Explorer that makes it easy to look through the Bitcoin block. And if you look at the very first few blocks on the chain, they contain no transactions other than that 50 Bitcoin reward for the miner. But every 210,000 blocks, which is about every 40 years, that reward gets cut in half. So right now, the reward is 12.5 Bitcoin per block. And because this reward decreases geometrically over time, it means there will never be more than 21 million Bitcoin in existence. However, this doesn't mean that miners will stop doing money. In addition to the block reward, miners can also pick up transactions. The way this works is that whenever you have a payment, you can purely optionally include a transaction fee with it that's going to go to the miner for whichever block includes that payment.
ESB by Delaware Security under Colonel Dane Smith and Sergeant Major Collins. I was the company commander of the Bravo Company here in South Carolina was attached. And one of my first sergeant majors told me that it has every city that my soldiers were in Afghanistan. And I've been saving this course for 6 years to meet you and President Obama. So without intermission, thank you so much for your guidance since I took 130 soldiers over. And I brought them back, and I'm so honored to have served under your administration and leadership. And I hope and pray that you will be our next president.
Thank you. Let's trade our command crew. I'm going to give you everyone out of Afghanistan a number of times for a god-awful landscape. We got the record coming around. I've been down on the floor of every fight. And we don't understand, I should say that, we appreciate, we don't fully understand that this is your inherent catastrophe. Every single day that we work on improving the blood outflows up on the Green Village set, we start running off. We get back in and saddle up. We go out in the areas and we win in combat. In Afghanistan, particularly. Dealing with an entire ethic you have to learn. They teach you. I mean, I wish my wife went to the training camps where they teach these soldiers, women, under fire, going into a village, knowing they're dealing with severe terrorism, and how you can't touch certain things, and how you have to. You are incredible, Major. You're incredible. I'll tell you what you have, you guys just
it's part of his response to comments that the former vice president made yesterday. Comments about women that you heard on the Access Hollywood tape, okay? And quote, they asked me would I like to debate this gentleman, and I said no. I said if I were in high school, I'd take him home and get him beat the hell out of him. Biden said that speech at the University of Miami, so that we all understand now. So the president tweeted this morning, crazy Joe Biden is trying to act like a tough guy. Actually, he's weak, both mentally and physically, and yet he threatens me for the second time with physical assault. He doesn't know me. But he'll go down fast and hard, crying all the way. Don't threaten people, Joe. Unquote. Oh, jeez.
Rachel, isn't this sort of in a strange way, what we're experiencing right now in this debate about gender and about power and about how to handle allegations of assault? Feels like the end of 2 years of discussion that started with President Trump on the allegations against him during the campaign.
There's no question that he's certainly a lightning rod in all of this. The line in the front hashtag blowing up directly in response to Donald Trump explaining, if I may, what Christine Blasey Ford surely would have done had she really experienced this. She would file the report and roll her loving parents to her. And many people piped up, myself included, saying, that's what happens. You don't call your parents and you don't file the report because a variety of reasons, which again and again, women have to take to social media and lay out their personal stories in the hopes that maybe, just maybe, the tide is going to let it be.
He really started to cast doubt.
Well, that's what he does. I deny. And this happened with the hashtag not okay. After the Access Hollywood allegation, the Access Hollywood tape came out, that we all know what he said. Am I upset by it?
You're not able.
Okay. All right. Well, he said that, that laptop of grabbing women by the pussy, and about how when you're a star, they let you do it. I mean, and then women came forward with credible allegations against him.
And I wonder if you feel like, I appreciate you saying that, I'd like to say this. I think by bringing up the words, the specific words, it seems like you're trying to remind people. Because there's been that sort of numbness where it is possible to sort of, for some people, to forget what we learned during the campaign.
Listen, anybody who's been grabbed by the pussy, I'm sorry to use that language, it's not my language, but if that's happened to you, you don't forget it.
Right, you're not going to forget. Interestingly, the Wilding Report hashtag that takes off on Friday in the wake of the president's tweet. RAIN is the advocacy group that tries to help people who have suffered sexual assault. They have a national hotline number, 1-800-656-4373, 4673. The spokesman for RAIN just said to me, we've had a 42% uptick in calls since Friday. 42% uptick in calls to that hotline. So it's clear, Charles, that there could be, that the people are paying attention to this. There's an awareness of this conversation. And the ability for folks to share on social media their own accounts can make a difference. It might be helping some folks choose to call the hotline and seek help.
The underreporting of sexual abuse, particularly child sexual abuse, I want to make sure that I keep going back to the fact that this is a child. She was 15 years old.
Many New Yorkers agree with President Trump's move to defund cities plagued by anarchy. One America's Caitlin Sinclair has more on those responses.
President Donald Trump signed a memo on Wednesday that would cut federal funding from lawless cities. At the top of that list, New York. The memo cites New York's rising murder rates and the defunding of our police officers. Governor Andrew Cuomo shot back at the memo, threatening our president's safety if he returns to the city.
The president's memo instructs Attorney General Barr to develop a list of anarchist jurisdictions that permitted violence and the destruction of property to persist and have refused to undertake reasonable measures to restore order. Now, Governor Cuomo called an emergency press briefing within a half hour after word of the memo was released.
Body words. He doesn't have an army if he thinks he's going to walk down the street in New York. He can't come back to New York. He can't. He's going to walk down the street in New York.
Our governor speaking on behalf of all New Yorkers, while they don't exactly share those same views.
I think that not one person can speak for everyone. He is out of his mind.
And what residents actually think of President Trump's condition.
He is trying to put this all together, but the Democrats, they're throwing everyone the most. Help is needed kind of everywhere. But a little bit, I mean, politicians have a little bit of an ego sometimes. I think that ego could be let go a little bit and help the public.
Cuomo said he was uncertain about the legality of Trump's 5-page memo, which would order a review of federal funds that can be redirected from New York City, Portland, Seattle, and Washington, D.C.
President Trump has actively been trying to kill New York City ever since he's been elected.
Yet one might ask, which is the current policies that are actually killing the city, leading to the soaring murder rates, the rise in shootings, and the ongoing violence.
My government's like, get in the building, but they just smashed through it.
We have to build the city back.
The president says that under his watch, the administration will not allocate federal tax dollars to cities that allow themselves to deteriorate. The president has insisted that the unrest is due to Democratic officials refusing to execute their duties, and New Yorkers seem to echo that sentiment. Caitlin Sinclair, One American News, New York.
Want to see more videos like this? Click on the link below and subscribe to One American News on YouTube. And call your cable provider and kindly demand that One American News is added to your lineup. Call and subscribe today.
Nancy Pelosi canceled her scheduled press briefing today, claiming she was framed by the salon that released video of her not wearing a mask in a shop that was supposed to be closed. The salon owner says she's received death threats, will likely have to move out of left-wing San Francisco. White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany began today's press conference by playing the security footage of Pelosi in a loop in the briefing room.
Nancy Pelosi was not in the halls of Congress when I asked where she was. She was not working in good faith to make a deal for the American people. Nope, Nancy Pelosi was found in San Francisco at a hair salon where she was indoors. Even the salons in California are not only open for outdoor service. Apparently, the rules do not apply to Speaker Nancy Pelosi. She wants small businesses to stay shut down, but only reopen for her convenience. Do as I say, not as I do, says Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi is holding up $1.3 trillion in relief for the American people while getting special access to the very kind of small businesses that this money would support. Businesses like this hair salon.
Joining us now, Republican House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. Congressman, great to have you with us. The Speaker outdoing herself as the Marie Antoinette of 2020. Your thoughts about her reckless, callous disregard of many of the rules that she helped form?
It's such hypocrisy, but this isn't the first time. Think about this. Remember when she held up all the money for small business employees with her gourmet ice cream in front of a refrigerator? Or just a couple weeks ago when she called us the enemies of the state. She's referring to you, me,
mutualistic, symbiotic relationship between oak trees and squirrels. But you might not know that oak trees do something incredibly manipulative to the squirrels. It's all about seed dispersal. So oak trees want to disperse their seeds far away from the parent tree in hope that that new oak tree will grow and it will be in the shadow, literally, of the parent. So the oak tree makes acorns. Acorns is basically a container of nutrients with a little embryo near it. Because of the nutrients, squirrels need them even more entirely from forming the seed, which is no good for the oak tree. The reason this relationship is mutualistic is because squirrels are caching animals. They save resources to use in winter. They do this by growing acorns in brick caches on the ground. The reason this works for the oak tree is because occasionally a squirrel will forget about its caches or will die before getting around to that cache. So there's potential for a new oak tree to grow from that location. And actually probably already know that oak trees are able to vastly improve their chances of getting acorns into abandoned caches. But this is massive. Every approximately 5 years, it goes up to will produce a huge abundance of tens of thousands of acorns it is nasty. Of acorns is way more than the global squirrel population and the predators could possibly bury. And you know what, those squirrels are going to get a damn good go. It's really 500 more thousand, but squirrels are looking at acorns. This is incredible. I'm just going to bury as many things as I possibly can. So they do. Most of those caches end up unused. That's exactly what that oak tree wants. It wants abandoned acorns that they don't grow into oak trees. But if an oak tree has this capacity to produce an insane number of acorns on certain years, why just spread that capacity out over all years? Well, the interest in that, the predator population of squirrels will rise up to meet that capacity. Like, during last years, squirrels get a huge boost in nutrition, so the number of acorns in the squirrel population goes up. But the following year, the squirrel population will go back down again because we're back down to a normal level of acorns. So during this year where you have mostly low yield years, followed by some spikes of yield, that controls the predator population, keeps it at a low level and just overwhelming. It's an example of predator satiation. The cicadas as well, for example, cicadas spend many years in the vine, they all come out at the same time in a huge swarm full of 3 hours feeding fatty meeting, and they overwhelm the predator population like goes in a happen to the actually in case of cicadas, the was wasps, so the wasps are possibly going away in the cicada. Anyway, there's a potential explanation for why some cicadas live underground and then come out in these prime number cycle of years, 13, 17 year cycles. We're going to be back on number 5 linking descriptions actually make the same 3 years jogging. It's a good joke. It's really easy to think of it, say, feeding fatty. But just like cicadas, some trees have to agree on them to have a last year. Cicadas spend 70 years in the land, but they're out syncing each other, so you've got cicadas popping up every year. The predator situation will work. It's the same with trees. You've got commercial trees. There's always 1 or 2 having last year, then that won't control the insane number of acorns. All the oak trees we believe as well. Think about the massive acorns actually. How to get all acorns? What do you think about acorns? Think about acorns. Some just don't know how this coordination happens. It might be that all the oak trees have a last year on the basis of the conditions that it happens for. It might be people think in the roots in the ground. In general, seed dispersal is really interesting. Not just the imagine the oak tree. There are loads of examples of weird seed dispersal, like camel for example, the seed dispersal. Coconuts, that's an example of multiple seed dispersal. I actually talk about some of my favourite examples of weird seed dispersal in my new podcast. But my podcast, just mention my podcast.
monstrous behemoth of power that enables just a few people who own tech companies and so forth to have the kind of power that they have over our lives.
I couldn't agree with you more. When Facebook and Google controls the news flow of 70% of the country, that means they can control the country. And we need to break them up as soon as possible. Hey, you've said that left-wing thought police scares me just as much as right-wing does. About fear and grace of censorship on many levels.
I think it's as dangerous as I said in my quote. It's as dangerous as the shutdown on the right. There's a kind of emotional fascism. There's a kind of psychological fascism that you see. It's much if not more sometimes on cancel culture and so forth. It's very undemocratic. It's very unhealthy. I think that it takes a lot of bravery sometimes to say, you didn't like what I said? Let me say it again. But I try to practice that as often as possible.
I just have 2 questions left. I really appreciate your time. So,
appreciate me.
You've heard that our deepest fear is not what we are, that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. Okay, but when does confidence become back?
charging or plug-in. In the center there, you can see that's the -2 is power coming in. When we're in the full sun, we'll pull up to 8 amps. So that would be times 150 volts, the 1200 watts in the system. So that ends up being 40 and 50 miles in one day pulling up the sun. So let's take a look at the electric motor. So there you can see it's a 100-pound motor, so it replaces about a 250-pound gas-guzzling, oil-spurting situation with this super easy little 100-pound motor. Even the transmission is only a 200-pounder. So pretty much anything on this vehicle is just really manageable to work on and deal with. Where the gas tank used to be, we have the motor controller, the chargers, and a bunch of other little components. Like we need 12 volts to run all the normal accessories on the van, but the electric battery bank is a high voltage battery bank, so you need to step down. That vehicle is gas pulling up these miles, drop really low. You can't push a battery further than it wants to go, so creative. And you access it from the bottom. There's a little ladder that you put in there. Me, my wife, and my 2 kids will sleep up. All your lights. Wow, if I just could build a large one, I could go on the highway. Getting the book obviously allows for doing a vehicle like on each engine is something anywhere from 100. This isn't.
Since the 40s, anyways, they've been in the Western Washington climate. And these ones I had to replant twice, and you can see they're not nearly as tall. They got a much later start. I'm very excited to see what the harvest is like, but I know that I'm probably not going to get as much of a harvest as I am from the other ones because they're not acclimated yet really to our growing conditions. But you can see here it is. It's in August. Hopefully, I don't have any little leaves yet. I've got lots of blossoms. Thankfully, our last frost usually doesn't come, our killing frost, until the very end of September, or even sometimes beginning in October, just depending on the type of summer that we're having. So hopefully there'll be enough time they'll actually get to be able to harvest some of these. But the other thing we use when we're doing vertical, and you can see there's obviously here that we don't have any disease going on, which is great with this vertical option. But with our tomatoes, I did show you can do them with the little trellis system that we have, like the beans or the tunnel system. But really, a high tunnel is ideal if you live in an area that gets a lot of moisture, really humid, or you're battling with fungal disease or things like blight. So this is just an old, it's like a metal carport. You buy it like, I think we got it at Costco like over 16 years ago, and we converted it to our high tunnel. So we put this greenhouse plastic on there. And this year, we're doing a slightly different trellising system. So we put in extra support because this had gotten hot in the windstorm and we had some vent holes. So we put extra beams to support here. And then you can also see we support. And we drill holes through the center of these posts, and then we use wire all the way down the line. I've got 3 rows of tomatoes in here. And then, not a big surprise, baling twine. I did have some jute twine here. I ran out of baling twine, actually. We were not using the round bales, and my brother uses smart bales, so I had to go to my brother's barn and reuse baling twine. Of course. So these, I have just found, I've tried like the tomato cages in the past. They never work for me. My tomatoes, these are just cherry tomatoes. You can see how tall and how much they have on them. Here, shade, it's in August, so this is America's growing your own food for 2020. So you guys can get ideas from other people's gardens and see in different parts of the country and comments kind of what production looks like and the timing. Now, I will say that your gardening zone, people always want to know what your gardening zone is, but when you're doing an annual vegetable garden, your gardening zone doesn't have anything to do with it. It is your first and last frost dates that are most important. So my last frost date in the spring is usually the end of April, first part of May, which means I can plant these warm weather plants about mid-May, sometimes as late as Memorial Day, just depending upon the temperatures that we're having for that year. And then in the fall, sometimes if we get a really early killing frost, because I'm up in the foothills of the Cascade Mountains, on the west side of the Cascade Mountains in northern Washington State, sometimes we'll get a killing frost up here in the foothills mid-September. Usually it's more towards the end of September, the first part of October, and if we're really lucky, it'll be like around October 10th, which is what I'm really hoping for this year, that we have a super late frost. But just to give you a little bit of reference point, you can have all types of different gardening zones, but it's those first and last frost days that's really going to affect when you're going to be planting all sorts of vegetables.
Here's my interview. Rick Bell. Rick, thank you so much for joining me in these ridiculous times.
Yeah, I'm laughing out of the pain.
Yeah, laugh instead of crying. Let's start with the breaking news. A lawsuit in Indiana has proven successful in stopping interstate cross-check. We've talked about, you and I talked about that on the show before. It's a racist system designed to purge mostly people of color from the roads currently on